Hi, how are you? Good, good. So we have two things going on here today. Over there, these guys are making mold-blown, they call them cocktail mixing glasses. They're like little pitchers. In the center, we have our Museum of Glass hot shop team making these corporate gifts for Columbia Bank. So we're going to make these in 3 parts. Gabe's making a part over there. And we're going to join the 3 parts together. We do this with a process called Incalmo, where we open the glass up. We make 2 bubbles. We open them up to the same diameter. We heat the edges. And then we press them together, and they're stuck. Can we put up the Columbia Bank gift up on the big screen so everybody could see it? So we're going to make 2 blue parts, 1 stripy part, and then we're going to join all the sections together. Could we put up the Incalmo drawing? So we make the sections, we open the open end to the same diameter, heat the edges up, press them together, and they stick. So we'll make 3 parts, and then we'll have our design for the Columbia gift. So this is a commission, and the folks on this side of the studio are our Museum of Glass hot shop team, our regular employees. They're super skilled. Each one of them has at least 20 years of glass blowing experience. And we have 1 intern, the young man in the Jordan in the blue sweatshirt. You guys have any questions? Say what? Have you guys been here before? So let me just give you the quick lay of the land. So everything that we do starts out in our furnaces. Our furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. So each one of those has a big ceramic pot in it. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees, and at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. All the glass in those furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy our colored glass in the form of these bars. We buy it like an artist buys paint, red, yellow, blue. If we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace, we heat up a chunk of colored glass, and then we melt a layer of colored glass over the clear glass. In a big factory where everything's the same color, then they would melt the colored glass in the big furnace, and they just dip into it. But here, we want to make a red thing, then a blue thing, then a green thing, so we color each piece individually by melting on a layer of colored glass. Once you get the glass up there on the big screen, that's what the furnace looks like inside. So they're in the center now, they're joining 2 of the sections. A little water on that joint for the pipe. Foot cups. So now they have 1 blue section and 1 stripy section. We still have to attach another blue one. glass itself is made out of three things: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. It's mostly melted sand. The soda ash is sodium carbonate. That lowers the melting temperature of the sand. The lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. We cook it overnight at 2,400 degrees. It all melts together and makes glass. If we wanted to make colored glass, we take those same three ingredients and we cook them up with some kind of metal. If we cook it up with cobalt, it turns blue. If we cook it up with chromium, it turns green. If we cook it up with tin, it turns white. So on this side, he's busting off the glass that's been blown into a mold. And the top of that dome top, that's going to get cut off when it's cold. He melts the little edges so they're not sharp. And then he's going to put it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. So that oven is at 890 degrees. We put all the work we make during the day in there, and then at night it has a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns it down to room temperature. If we just made that, put it on the table, walked away, it would cool too quickly and it would shatter. So now you know everything about glass. Hi, how are you guys? You guys have any questions? So we've added the third section. Now you have the two blue sections and a little stripy section in the middle. Right now, the stripy section goes straight up and down. And really what we want it to do is go at an angle. So we're going to drill a hole in the side of that bubble, and we're going to stick it on another pipe at an angle, and then the stripes will go in the right direction. Over on the left, Sarah in the gray shirt is preparing the second pipe. She's going to put a little ring of glass around the end, so it's called a collar. It's like a collar on your shirt. And we'll grab the bubble at an angle, and then the stripes will go in the right direction. So now Gabe, in the center, has a torch in his hand and an electric drill. The bit that's in that drill is made out of tungsten. You heat it up till it's glowing. We can drill right into the hot glass. We're going to ream that hole out a little bit, make it a little bigger. Heating up that hole so it's soft and sticky. And here comes Sarah in the gray shirt. She attaches the second pipe. Now we're grabbing it at an angle. So now the stripes in the middle go diagonally instead of straight up and down. We call this switching the axis. AXIS. you guys have any questions? Yeah, it's a corporate gift for the Columbia Bank. I will give them out to their, I don't know, their favorite vice president or something. Now we've got our design all squared away. Now it's time to blow it up to its full size and shape. Yes, it's blue. The color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat. So if you think about your own home, if you have an electric stove, the burners are gray. Turn them on to cook something, they get hot. They turn red or orange. Turn them off, they cool down, they go back to their original color. So that's what you're seeing here. Well, if we just put it on the table and let it cool on its own, it'd be cool in 20 minutes, but it would break. So we're going to put it in this big black oven over here, and we're going to cool it slowly overnight, and it won't break. Gabe is shaping the glass using a tool called the block. The tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn. It doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. Gabe found something in there he doesn't want. He's going to heat and soften that area and try to get rid of it. Yes. Yes, it's a commission. The it's a little hard to say because there's a bunch of preparation. It's not all like from beginning to end. You know what I'm saying? So we have to make all the stripes, and then we have to make little sections with stripes in it. The the stuff that we're doing right now is about going to be about an hour and a half. But there's also a bunch of preparation that goes into it before that. Sarah is seated to the left. She's the person that's going to be blowing. As Gabe, sitting at the bench, shapes it. The gray pad in Gabe's hand that he's shaping the glass with is just folded up newspaper soaked in water, ordinary newspaper. As long as it's wet, it doesn't burn too much, it does burn a little, and doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. For those of you who came in a little later, could we put up the Columbia Bank sculpture? So this is what we're making. It's a commission for Columbia Bank. They're going to use them for corporate gifts. So this square shape is a bit of a pain in the ass because glass wants to be round. So we're going to have to coax it little by little to make it square. It doesn't really like gravity. So now Gabe is squeezing the glass with a tool called jacks and making a sharp crease in it. That sharp crease is the place where we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe. As Gabe shapes the glass, Sarah holds a wooden paddle in front of his arm to shield him from the heat. Thank you, Sam. Does anybody have any questions? Don't need it. So now Gabe's going to start squeezing it to get the flat profile. Those two paddles that he has in his hand are wooden. Are those the woods or the corks? So now he's gently fixing that shape. uh, we have to probably make 7 or 8. Hello, hello. Yeah. No, I understand. Same with me. He's going to do more flattening. That's a ceramic plate, and it's covered with wax. The wax will lubricate it, allow the glass to slide around a bit. Air. She's just blowing the smoke away. So the smoke from those paddles doesn't get in Gabe's eyes. Have any questions? Over on the right, Levi in the dark blue shirt and Eric in the gray shirt are making cocktail mixing glasses. They're blowing them into a steel mold. And Levi has rented the studio space for this production work. The people working in the center are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. Gabe leading the team today. He's got 25 years of glass blowing. Sarah, 22. And Jordan, I think 6 or 7. There's 2 ways in which we heat up the glass. Sometimes we heat it up in the big round oven, the glory hole. Sometimes we heat it up with a torch. When we heat it up with the torches, it allows us to focus. The oven heats it up generally. The torches allow us to do it in and heat a particular place. spinning that fast so that the centrifugal force stretches that out, makes that bubble wider. If the glass is hot and soft and you spin it fast, it stretches it out sideways. Say that again? No, they're shaping it. The pads are meant to shape the glass. They're not to affect the surface. They're trying to make the thing square. Glass naturally wants to be round, so we've got to coax it little by little to make. The next thing we're going to do is grab the glass from the bottom so we can shape the top. Sarah is going to prepare a second steel rod called the punty. We'll stick it on the bottom and we'll break the glass away from the pipe it's attached to now. Then the top will be exposed and the top can be heated at shape. So here comes Sarah with the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. She's coated the end of that steel rod with a little molten glass. That'll make it sticky. And we'll stick it on the bottom. Once Gabe feels that bond is strong enough, we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. We'll take a pair of tweezers, dip them in water, drip a little water where he wants it to break, and then just a little tap on the metal pipe, and off it'll come. So now it's held from the bottom, the top is exposed, The top can now be heated and shaped. Five of them, they're all going to be like that. They probably five vice presidents or something that they want to give the gifts to. This is. We do all sorts of things to it. Not all of them aren't orders. The main purpose of the studio is so you can get an idea what goes into the glass, how it's made and stuff. Um, it's not a business. If it was a business, it would be a terrible business. No, we make everything by hand, and um, we do very elaborate things. We never make money. There's some of the things you gift shop are made here, but like I said, if we were really running this as a business, it would be totally different. We operate sort of the way most nonprofits operate. It's probably one third of what's called direct revenue, which is tickets, tickets, one third grants to nonprofit foundations, and one third donations to wealthy people. That's the way most, whether you're a symphony, a theater, that's the way most things, that's basically how they operate. This is the main venue here in North Jackson County. One glass blower here, independent glass blowers anywhere else in the world. Well, it's because of the school that he taught that built that platform. About 80 miles north of here, middle of the woods, some call it the world's study. He started in 1971. Like now he has nothing to do with it right now. He's very busy with his own artwork. There's a studio there for him here. He's still renting this place now. An active official. Yes, he is. His studio is in on the north end of Lake Union in a building called the Boathouse that used to be the Pocock Boathouse where they made racing skulls. Racing skulls? Those long skinny boats that people row. Got like six guys. Yeah. They used to make them out of wood. They were real craftsman type things. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, Pocock went out of business, so you got the building cheap. It looks like nothing from the outside, but inside it's all super deluxe. So they did the interior, but left things. It looks like a warehouse or a factory where they make staples. Yeah. Does anybody have, yes,
Is he squirting air in there, shooting air
yes,
in there to inflate it,
yes, he's inflating it in the front end with that compressed air.
rather than by?
Yeah, we have a tool for doing it with our mouths. It was just convenient at that moment to use the compressed air. So we're trying to make that top a little wider so that it can actually be square and not sort of dome shaped. So the kind of shoulders have to go out like that.
Why not blow?
We could, we do sometimes. We have a tool called the Soffietta. It's got a little cone on the end, and the cone goes into the opening, and you blow through the central tube. Can we put up the Soffietta drawing? I mean, the photo? Might take a minute to find it. He swings the glass like that. He's trying to make it, the bubble, a little bit longer. pads. They're made out of cork. Cork, C-O-R-K. Cork they're black because they're charred from the contact with the heat, but it allows us to press on the glass without leaving any marks. It's one of the tricks we picked up from the Venetians. We're getting fairly close to being done. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So when we're done with this, we'll take it off that metal rod, place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. Each day we heat up. Do you have a question? All of the above. Yeah, so sometimes it's commissioned, sometimes it's stuff for the store, sometimes it's just for demonstration, sometimes we have guest artists. It's not any one thing. So we're ready to take this off the metal rod. You can see Jordan has put on those silver jacket. The jacket and gloves are made out of Kevlar. When he grabs that award, it'll be about 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass will be hard. We'll take it off the metal pipe and place it in the annealing oven where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. We started this at about 10 o'clock this morning, so we'll be working on it for a little more than an hour and a half. Once again, we'll use water to break the glass away from the metal pipe. Gabe will take a pair of tweezers, dip them in water, drip a little water on the joint between the metal rod and the sculpture. The water will crack that joint, and then just a little tap, and off it comes. Here goes the water, little tap, and into our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team: Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, Jordan Lavelle. Anybody got any questions? We're going to be making another one of those. We'll be starting from scratch, and it'll take about an hour and a half.
I don't like making those. It's extremely difficult. Yeah, you have to, the white and the blue heat up differently, and once you switch the axis to the glass has that memory of being in another configuration, it just wants to keep going back there. Glass just doesn't want to be square. You really have to kind of ease it into that square form. I don't like it. I mean, it pays well. These are not going to be cheap. They are not cheap. I just don't enjoy making. I enjoy the whole process of putting the parts together, switching the axis, and then I want to just hand it to somebody else for them to make it square. I don't want to make it square. I like making things very symmetrical and like round. I don't like making square stuff. Oh, thanks.
So, you guys up there, you just came in at the end of this? So, let me just give you a quick introduction to how the glass shop works. Everything that we do starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. If you look up on the big screen, there's a diagram. That's what they look like inside. So each one has a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees, and at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. When we want to get the glass out to make stuff, we take one of those steel pipes that everybody's got, and we melt the glass like you would dip one of these into a jar of honey. So you dip it in, twirl it around, a little bit of sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a little bubble, let it harden. Then we dip it in a second time, a third time, or a fourth time. Just keep building up the glass in layers. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy our colored glass separately in the form of these bars. We buy it like an artist buys paint. And if we say want to make an orange bowl, we'll blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace. We'll heat up a little chunk of orange, and then we'll melt a layer of orange glass over the clear glass. So first we're going to do a blue. So we have a little bar of blue like this. We'll blow a bubble of clear glass, heat up the blue, and coat it. and then out approximately maybe 4 or 5 days, all the good texture there. You don't crack the crackery. We unbolt the top and take the useful out, put a new one in. They don't think of how to. Furnace builder, and so they're built with that in mind.
When are you gonna start a new one? Like, basically starting now?
Yeah, they started already over there.
You mentioned when you coat, so when you coat the blue on there, that's from a different lot of blue. That's from a lot
No,
of.
that's from the bars.
And how do you melt that bar? Where do you melt it?
We stick it on one of the metal pipes, and then we stick it in one of those big round up.
Oh,
We have a little video. Could we play color overlay? It's probably easier to just watch this little video. It's short.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch.
Yeah, good. Okay. Just play. Could you play the video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
I'm gonna hold on to it.
Okay, yeah. I see. Just couldn't believe you could actually drop it over that bubble. I mean, I wouldn't.
You didn't get it
It
soft.
should never work.
Gravity does the rest.
Wow. Amazing.
The reason we do it this way is this means we color each one individually.
Yeah, yeah.
We can have any color we want any time.
Sure. You don't need to have a bunch of pots, separate pots of
Yeah.
colored glass. Yeah, that wouldn't work. Still, it's amazing.
It does the job. left, Gabe, is letting his bubble cool and stiffen a bit. And we're going to coat it with clear glass. He's going over to the furnace. Behind that door is a big ceramic pot with 1,000 pounds of melted glass. Each time we dip it in and coat it, it's called taking a gather. G-A-T-H-E-R. So that bubble now has a layer of clear glass, blue glass, then another layer of clear glass. For all intents and purposes, once it's done, it'll look just like this. These mixing glasses are blown into a mold, and the sort of dome top, that's going to get cut off, and the edge is going to get ground and polished. Yeah, oh no, it doesn't look like that. Take a diamond saw and cut the bulbous top off, and it'll just slowly be like regular tip. So for the striped section in the middle, we've pre-made these little things. We call them either starts or supio. Depends on whether you want American or Italian. And so we've made a bubble with all the stripes in it. Sarah's just pulled one out of this oven over here. She's going to twist it until the stripes, instead of going straight up and down, she's going to twist it, till the stripes go horizontally. The rods that have white in the middle and clear on the outside, and we melt them together. Kind of falling apart here. The clear melts together and it automatically spaces the white stripes.
So the stripe is in the middle.
Yes. The part you see is the white in the middle. When these all get melted together, the outer clear glass spaces.
So this is, you make these by stretching them out.
Yes. By stretching
We
out.
watched that the last time you were down.
And then chop it up. close the end of the tube. Then we have a bubble with a start. This is all 16th century technology. Yep. Gabe's checking the diameter of the opening. We're going to join these with a process that's called encalmo. We're going to open the bubbles to the same diameter. Can we put up the encalmo drawing? So if you look up on the big screen, we're going to take each section, open it up to the same diameter, and when we press them together, they'll stick. Then we'll have one end of the bubble be closed. We'll open that up to the same diameter, stick on the third section. So it'll be a blue section, a striped section, and then another blue section. Poking at it. Trying to get the last piece up, it doesn't want to do it. So if you just came in, you have two operations going on here. In the center, we're making these square sculptures for the Columbia Bank as corporate gifts. On the right, we're making cocktail mixing glasses that are being blown into a mold. Hi, how are you guys? I said, how are you? Nice. It's a good thing to do on a chilly day. We're making the awards for Columbia Bank. Can we put up the award photo? The Columbia Bank award photo. We've been commissioned by Columbia Bank to make these. And they're making them in three parts, making two blue sections and one stripy section in the middle. Sarah is working on the stripy section. And we're going to all the sections together. Then we're going to blow it up to this square shape. I smell lunch. In this center, Gabe is making one of the blue sections. The colors that you see as he works it are distorted by the heat. When they're cooled off, they're going to be this blue that you see here. So in this center, Gabe is making one of the blue sections. We're going to take it off his pipe. We'll stick the second steel rod called the punchy. That second steel rod will act as a temporary handle to hold it from the bottom while we shape the top. The other two sections are waiting for our team. We're in that silver oven called the garage. The garage is an oven which operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make it soft. So whatever goes in the garage stays warm, holds its shape. We're ready to use it. We pull it out, heat it up a little extra. Two parts are in the garage. Now we're finishing the third and final part. We're getting ready to join two of the sections. Sarah has the striped section over on the left. Gabe in the center has the blue, one of the blue sections. And we're going to join them together. When we join two open bubbles like this, it's called incalmo. I-N-C-A-L-M-O. We're making three sections. Can we put up the Columbia Bank Award picture? So we're making this. It has three sections. We just joined two of them. One of the stripy one and one of the blue ones. Now I have to stick another blue one on the other end. All the colors that you see while we're working are distorted by the heat. So that's blue and then clear and white stripes, but it's really hot now, so it looks orange. You're seeing the glow from the heat. Thank you, Sam. We've added the third and final section. Now we have all the colors and designs. There's one more thing to do, and that's to grab it from the side so that the white goes at an angle. Right. Me, I don't get anything for it.
Glass shop has to get some.
Yeah, no, it's a commission, so they came up with the design, gave them a price. Now we're their minds are so attuned to money. If it's more expensive, it's somehow better. I get some business types coming in here, and the only thing they want to know about is price. And they're like, "Oh, how many? You really need that many guys? How many do you make an hour?" Yeah, exactly. I try to explain to them that you really can't think of this as a business. This is really be very bad. That's, yeah, but no, the purpose is educational, so you guys can see how what goes into all these things. So you have a more appreciation when you go across the hall to the exhibit. You have some idea of what goes into it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, it's good if you approach it with the right mindset. If you try to think of it as a business thing. Yeah, no, that's kind of play it down. Yeah, they grab it. So imagine this is the band of stripes. So you grab it from here, and now the stripes are going at an angle. Well, let's say this is it's a kind of let's say this is a band of stripes. So if you grab it from here, now the things are going at an angle.
Right.
You poke a hole here, you stick another pipe on here, and now everything's in the right place. It's called switching axis. So now we've got to clean up that hole where we broke it off the pipe. Close that up. Well, it's pretty, you know, a lot of those rocks in the lava are highly, have a lot of silica in them. So, and you know, if the lava rocks have a lot of silica in them, they make a glass called obsidian. The stone obsidian is actually a glass. Yeah, it's an illusion, yeah. But as Gabe was telling you earlier, um, the white is very stiff, the blue is very soft. So, yeah, and so they don't, um, the different parts tug on each other. They can soften at different rates. Plus, the glass has a little bit of a memory. So even though you've switched it, it still kind of has that memory of the way it was. And so you gotta fight it. Yep.
So I hope people who get those know how difficult it was, right? It's connected to the
Yes. No, I mean, anytime you have I think they've made some videos that they're going to send these people as well. We just cut out the parts where Gabe is complaining. Hi, how are you guys? You guys have any questions or anything you want to know? We're making these awards for the Columbia Bank. We've just, could we put up the Columbia Bank picture? Be easier to see on the big screen, I think. So if you look up there, corporate gifts. They'll probably give it to their favorite vice president or whatever you do in a bank. There you go. Well, you got to get a job with Columbia Bank then. So we made it 3 different bubbles, one with 2 of them that were blue and one with the white stripes in the middle. We've joined them all together now. And we have one more thing to do. And then we grabbed it from the side so that the stripes go at an angle. Now the next thing to do is blow it up to its full size and shape. And yeah, the young man seated to the left, he's the guy that's blowing. He'll blow through that steel tube and inflate it as Gabe shakes it. Yes, and this, yeah. Usually we don't have to do that because we're making round things. The glass wants to be round, but we're making the square things, which is a shape that the glass doesn't want to do. So we have to coax it little by little. They're running about an hour and a half, minus the preparation time. We've got to make the stripe sections. So from this point on, it's just a lot of poking. Okay. We'll be here. After lunch, we'll probably be doing So Gabe just coated that bubble with a layer of clear glass. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat. The glass that he just added is all clear. At this point, when it's thick and gooey, if we see a bubble in there that we don't want, we can grab it, pull it out, and snip it off. There's 2 kinds of kilns. There's the glass furnaces. Those are the ones with the doors closed. Those have the tanks of melted glass in them. The round ones with the doors open are called glory holes. They have no glass in them. They're just a brick barrel with a gas burner in the side And it's just a hot chamber to heat and soften the glass while we're working. All natural gas, yep. The glory holes operate at 2,300 degrees. The furnaces at 2,100. Somewhat. It's meant to act as a giant chimney, so there's a natural updraft to take the heat and smoke away from the furnaces. No, they're doing different. They're making what's called cocktail mixing glasses. They're blowing the glass into a steel mold. And they're going to, this is a kind of a commercial production job. And then they're going to make hundreds of them. And then they'll break them off the pipe. And they leave a little sort of dome shape at the top. And then that'll get sawn off after they're cooled. Now Gabe's going to squeeze the glass. The tool in his hand is called the jacks. He's making a sharp crease in the glass, and that sharp crease will be the place where we can break the glass away from the metal pipe. So the man seated to the left of the workbench, he's the guy that's blowing. Oh, she's the guy. There's Sarah. Sarah's the guy that's blowing. So we have Sarah in the gray shirt, Jordan in the blue sweatshirt, and Gabe in the black shirt. We want this award to have a flat cross section. So Gabe's going to take those pads and give it a little squeeze. This square shape is not a natural shape for glass, so it has to be coaxed little by little. Does anybody have any questions? We're making one of these. These are corporate gifts for the Columbia Bank. They've commissioned us to make 5 of them. And this could be the final one. We put up the photo, so it's a little. So they're made in 3 sections, 2 blue sections and the 1 white striped section. We've joined the 3 of them together, and now we're making it into the square shape. The square shape is a pain. It's not something glass wants to do, so we have to coax it little by little. And so you'll see a lot of heating and squeezing and poking, and you'll see not so much changes. Yes? What? They were hired. Yes. Oh yeah, yeah. There's Gabe's leading our team, has 25 years of glass making. Sarah 22, and Jordan, I think got 6 or 7. All sorts of different places. Gabe learned at work. He got a job in the Bay Area at a glass shop in his early 20s. Sarah started taking lessons when she was in high school, and then went on to an art college where she studied glassmaking. Jordan learned in the Tacoma Public Schools. They have a program called the Hilltop Artist Program in the Tacoma Public Schools, and that's where he learned. Okay. Yes, they're all professional glass blowers. Over on the right, you're doing a production run of these cocktail mixing glasses. They get blown into a steel mold, cooled overnight, and then the tops of them get sawn off with a diamond saw. That's the cocktail mixing glass. Oh, the oven is called the annealer. You keep it at 890 degrees all day long. We place all the objects we make during the day in there, and then at night, it has a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature. Yeah. Yeah. Does anybody have any questions? We're going to blow a little air into the front end of that sculpture. That'll make the end a little fuller and rounder. The tool that we use to blow is called the Soffietta. We play color overlay.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Thanks for coming in, guys. So we are almost done. The reason I know that is I look to my right. I see that Jordan has put on some protective clothing. He's going to carry the finished corporate gift to our annealing oven where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. If we just made this and put it on a table and let it cool on its own, it would cool too quickly and unevenly and it would break. So we put it in a special oven where it's cooled slowly overnight, and that prevents it from breaking. The silver jacket and the yellow gloves are made out of Kevlar. Kevlar is a fire-resistant insulating material. When he grabs that sculpture, it'll be about 1,000 degrees. We'll take some tweezers, dip them in water, drip a few drops of water on the joint between the metal and the sculpture itself. The water will crack that joint, little tap, and off it goes. Into our annealing oven, where it will be cooled slowly overnight. So that concludes our demonstrations for this morning. We're going to take an hour lunch. We'll be back in an hour. If anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them before I go to lunch. That's the same colors you see here. The blue, the white and clear stripes, and the same blue. The color you see while we're working is distorted by the heat. Yes, that's a combination of the blue and the sort of yellow of the glow. Let's see you guys after lunch.
Magdalene Odundo. I come from Kenya, but I lived in Britain, work in Britain, studied in Britain for the last many years. My work is about vessels and forms influenced by movement and the void and the solid within space. As an artist, I work in clay. That's my main art form, my main material. I've always worked in other materials. I think basically because I've always thought that an artist's life encompasses so many other ways of working. I come from East Africa, from the Lake Victoria area where the source of the Nile is. And I've always been interested in that kind of length and breadth between the source of the Nile and the mouth of the Nile, where it ends in Egypt, and the history that is a world history or a heritage that we all have inherited between Central Africa and the opening to the rest of the world at Egypt, and internationalizing the whole concept of humanity and the thinking between making objects. So along that is dotted a whole lot of art and a whole lot of inspiration that is a human condition as well, that is understood by the world over. I've been thinking about this ever since I got invited. During my residency here at the Museum of Glass, I'm planning on making an installation based on my research at the Petrie Museum, where I discovered these wonderful ear studs. These early Egyptian ones are made in glass, and they seemed so contemporary. They have an element of glass, they have an element, I'm told by Ben, an element of clay and dung and that mixture.
And then they would heat up glass and they would wrap glass around it, and then it would be cooled and they would dig out the core.
And what I've done is I've tried to interpret these, and I'm trying to interpret this into an installation that is based on the senses, the sense of hearing, the sense of, you know, sort of translucency, transparency, the sense of being sort of transported through this clarity in glass that you don't really get in clay. Well, at the moment we're just working on the beginnings, and we're trying out some shapes and forms right through the next 2 or 3 days, and eventually we'll develop them in size as well as shades of white. And that's my intention, to have a very transparent piece of sculpture as opposed to a sculpture with too many colors. Yeah, that's better. That's a lot better. I've had recommendations from the world over that this is the best team to work with. So I'm looking forward to actually seeing what will come out of it.
My name is Pearl Dick, and I am from the great city of Chicago. Just finished an epic piece. It was one of the pieces like I do for a series called Bloom and Grow, which is a piece that has sculpted glass head and colorful floral type sculptures all around it, like where hair would be. This was a series that I started back in Chicago working with young people in my studio. The series is really about nurturing growth and beauty, and the relationship that you have with like a teacher and student or a mentor and mentee, which is mutually beneficial and beautifying. So, like the flowers, is a symbol of like growth and beauty in a garden that you cultivate. When I was a painter, primarily before I got into glass, I always also painted heads and drew human faces. I really purposely keep them somewhat androgynous so that they represent humanity and not like a particular person. People have always been what interested me. Like when I go out into, the world, I notice people. I notice everything, but people and our relationships with each other is what I choose to depict in this artwork. So when I sculpt glass heads, like that head shape, to me embodies like our soul, our like consciousness. I like the variation that you can get with powder. Glass tends to look, a lot of glass can be like really glossy. And the powder, when it's on the surface, can give you a lot of interesting texture. And I'm also able to manipulate it before it's melted in to make it like, I treat it almost like paint, like brush strokes. So I'll layer powders on, wipe them away in certain places. I use a corn brush, so it leaves brush marks essentially. And to me, it's a way of applying color that feels very painterly and organic. I can kind of go with it in the moment, like see what the piece is doing, and then add color to enhance, like to bring out whatever it's speaking to me at the moment. There's another technique that I'll use where, so I'll sculpt into a layer of clear glass. So there's a layer of powder that gives kind of a base color, and then I'll do a clear layer over it. And so when you sculpt into that, you pull features out into this clear layer that kind of disappears until you add that contour layer on top of it. So when I add sifted powder onto that sculpted layer and brush it away, and it tends to stick into the cracks, and it really brings out the features. It almost makes it look like a drawn or a painted line. This team is unreal. I mean, I was so excited when I heard that I was going to be able to come and do this residency, because I know these folks are, I know how skilled they are, I know how cool they are, as people. But I mean, they're some of the most skilled glassblowers in the world here, and they're a real tight team. So I just knew that if I came in with projects that I have had technical issues with back home, that they could help me brainstorm how to make them succeed. And they did that and then some. So, everybody's real chill. Everybody's just doing their thing, and you can rely on every member of the team, which is really nice.
This has got to straighten out. My name is Ann Gardner. Well, I think as you work in different materials and as you work through your own process of making work, that process, for me, there's an honesty for my approach to that material, and I try to get down to the kind of bottom line of what that material can do. I would say I'm a material junkie. Absolutely. I work in materials that allow me to express what I'm interested in expressing. When I do commissions, I generally do site-specific work. So I do work that is focused on a space, and that presents challenges that are really quite wonderful, I think, and require you to understand how that space is going to work, to understand who's going to be using that space, who's going to be going through that space daily, and how that work will affect them. So I've used glass a lot, with a lot of what everybody loves about glass, which is its light, the fact that it reflects color. I've been using it in a way that is very precise, and I think public work has kind of given me that information as far as letting me do something that is going to, in 10 or 20 years, look as good as it does as when I do it. And it's one of the things that I really try to do with my work. My public work informs my gallery work, and vice versa a little bit, but my gallery work is really the work that is maybe more honest, which is something that I really strive for with my work. And that goes back to being the material junkie, which is that if I'm going to use a material too, I want to be honest about that material, and I want to be honest about why I'm using it. I came here 13 years ago. I was very structured in what I did. I did some beautiful pieces, and some of the same crew is here working with me on this one. This time I walked in with basically wanting to relate to the glass as a material that holds a breath in a way. So it's really, I was thinking about this, it's one of the only processes where you're really blowing your breath and creating a thin barrier between what's outside and what's inside. And your breath is doing that, and it's quite wonderful. And so as we have been working this 5 days, we've directed the glass somewhat, and we've kept it pretty off-centered since it's, you know, it's not really the goal of most glass blowers to off-center their glass. But we've done that, and we have been looser and looser with it, I think. And it has created some really wonderful organic shapes. An organic shape, not something that is a concentric circle, which is, of course, the whole basis of blowing glass. And they've been able to accomplish it remarkably well, as far as I'm concerned, which I think that's the goal. Nice shape.
Yeah, pretty good, huh?
Yeah. I have them hanging downstairs, and even in the process of hanging them, they're hung with cable that's sloppy and all over the place. And it's a balance. It's a balance between being able to lose control and yet being able to carry it off so that everything doesn't just fall apart.
My name's April Surgeon, and I grew up in the Northwest, so I was born in Missoula, but I grew up in Seattle. The work that I make in glass is cameo engraving. I'm using a technique that has a really long tradition in glass, and it's usually kind of put in the decorative arts kind of category of glass making, but together with Jiří Hartsovo, we're trying to make glass engraving a little bit more contemporary, and so I've started to look at my local environments and use that as an inspiration and engrave that onto glass. I work from photographs mainly, so I'll walk around my city or when I'm traveling or whatever and take photographs. I work out what I'm going to engrave on paper before I actually start the glass process, so I have a good idea of composition and what's going to happen there. Once I have the composition laid out, then I fuse the glass and then I start engraving. Pretty much all my work has 3 layers of glass, and this started off all white, and then I started carving through the layers. So I removed all the white around and left his silhouette in white. Like it'll be opening clear, and then I've been working on flat glass for so long, I really wanted to try and do something with objects and blown glass. So this is kind of a really big opportunity for me to step out of my comfort zone per se and try something a little bit different. So here I'm going to have them blow different objects that I'll engrave on. While they're blowing glass, I'll kind of be directing and then also cold working some pieces. When I started engraving, I felt like I was able to express my ideas a little bit more, and I really love working on the engraving lathe. I have like a really strong connection to the technique of it. I like kind of bringing the tradition into something more contemporary.
Deborah Cheresco, and I'm from New York. I've been working in glass for at least 20 years, and a lot of that time I spent fabricating work for other people and doing custom couture lighting. But all along, I've been having fine art inclinations, which I haven't hatched yet, and what I'm doing here at the museum is beginning a dialogue in basically me as a fine artist, which I consider almost my third incarnation as a glassmaker. Since I spent so much time focusing on getting technique, I realized that combining the two, technique and idea, is like having two full-time jobs essentially. And so now I'm trying to balance out the equation by spending more time on the idea and a little less time on the technique side of it. But I've been really latched on to the iconography of the maestro, which is the small tchotchke animals. The dog is a symbol. It's a sort of iconic representation of the vocabulary of a glass master. I call it the grand tchotchke. And I don't mean that to be diminutive, it means to be the opposite way. I'm trying to revere the maestro and that skill and combine it with a central idea to elevate it into a monumental piece of artwork, hopefully. I'm really trying to revere craft in a humorous way. I want to be made in glass. Help me. And in a beautiful way. I want to take the little trinket and make it into something drop dead gorgeous. I spent my whole life being a craftsperson, so I want to turn that into art. There's no reason that can't be art. That's what I decided. The dialogue is just starting with me. It'll probably be the rest of my life. I continue this dialogue, so this is like the first paragraph in the novel. I have to get some things made. I have to get it out there before I can respond to them. I have to get other people's reactions to them. I have to see what the reality is of what I'm putting out in the world before I can go on. I don't want to just keep repeating the same thing without getting feedback from myself and my artistic colleagues. I knew these people were really good at what they do, the best at what they do. But I didn't realize they were off the charts. They were like really off the charts with techniques and focus and their interest in what they're doing. I feel akin to them in a lot of ways. And it's hard to meet people at that level. And I think they're beyond like normal human beings, their skill levels.
Down on your end a little. Full bend.
I feel like I got what I need to get to the next level, to take the next step. So I laid the groundwork, and this, I'm just so happy with being able to take one of these home with me. It's like, it's something I can use to sell the project. I needed that. This is what I've been longing for. So it's really been good for me.
The following is a presentation of KBTC Profiles.
I was born on a little Air Force base out of St. Louis, Missouri. As a child, I always had worked with ceramics, and I've always taken workshops pertaining to art. As far as my education goes with glass, I started at Pratt Fine Arts Center, and then I traveled the world to different museums, and I worked for different artists in places like Italy, Abate Zanetti, Nijima Glass School, which gave me an opportunity to see things from a different perspective and to see how other people made things. Well, my husband is a wonderful person, a wonderful artist. He truly is a historian of the studio glass movement and Italian glass making and the history of it. And he gave me an opportunity to travel around in the beginning years with him, and I've learned so much from him.
Deborah's and my relationship has been very, very interesting in that we're polar opposites aesthetically. My work is very clean and almost geometric. It's very clean, organized, symmetrical work. Whereas Deborah, being a botanical sculptor. She's kind of at the opposite end of the spectrum, which I think is a very positive thing in regards to our relationship.
You want water in here? Yes, please.
Her approach to glass is very, very, very special to me, and how she approaches the material is very incredible, with this remarkable tenacity and fearless as far as how she approaches working hot glass.
As an assistant, you kind of have to adapt to the style of the person. I show up to work and I mean, it's just different every day.
Okay, Sabrina, I'm going to have you take the pipe, and then I'm going to come over with a bubble, and I'm just going to go across it with a blown bubble. Okay? Oh, nice. When you work with such a wonderful assistant, you don't really have to tell them. You just might say, I want a bit, and she brings the bit. It can be very peaceful, but it also can be very exciting and fast-paced when we're really going at it.
Working for Deb, I've never worked for anyone who works in the style that she works. She's really kind of created her own methods for doing things.
That's what gives me lots of texture. I'm a visual person, and it's really nice for me to work with my hands, but also to take things in visually from what I'm seeing around the world. Most of my work pertains to plants, plant structure. I've worked with orchids for probably the last 18 years of my career. Right now I'm working with freestanding sculpture, tree forms. My latest show is called Arborea, which is a Latin term for tree forms. It's currently at the Tacoma Art Museum.
When we were thinking about the opening of the new Rebecca and Jack Benaroya wing, we wanted to work with an artist who wasn't represented in the Benaroya collection, but we wanted to have included in the opening. So we reached out to Deborah to ask her what would be the next big thing in her career and how could we help. And she came back to us with the proposal for Arborea.
We show these to people and they cannot believe that apart from the rocks that they're planted on, pretty much the whole tree is made from glass in one way or another. It's outstanding and a really new development. Deborah's just a fantastic person and a real model, both as a female artist, but as a glass artist, and how to live your life and do it well and meaningfully.
Basically, overall, I think art is alive and well and will always be alive and well because of its self-expression. I mean, it's just something that moves people. And if you look at a blank wall, your life is kind of blank. But if you have art in your space, it gives you depth. Glass reflects and transmits light beautifully, and it gave me a way to use my voice. So I'm still here, I'm still alive, and I'm still making art. I couldn't be more thankful.
KBTC profiles are available at kbtc.org.
So I want to show you this because I'm making this in glass today, which I'm very excited. This is a nuclear alert. My name is Etsuko Ichikawa, and I'm from Tokyo, Japan. My background is in painting, sculpture, and also I did a little bit of theater art, and that was my education. And then I started learning glass back in 1991 in Japan, and that brought me to Pilchuck in 93, and soon after that I moved to Seattle. I think my theater background, or theater art background, is really well incorporated into my sculptures and installations, and because I like creating space where people can enter and experience and could be more interactive. Performative part of glass blowing became a part of my work, doing glass pyrograph work. It's really intuitive, moving my body and using glass as a material to draw. And that gave me opportunity to be a performer. And then the other side of this is that because of what happened in Fukushima, which is my home country, Japan, and that brought me to think about how can I incorporate this into my work? Thinking about environmental issues, thinking about what I make to speak up or deliver a message if possible. That's why I started working on filmmaking, and then I went to a nuclear cooling tower at SATSO, which is in Elma, Washington. And then I worked with a film crew, and then I was the subject in the film as well as performing, making sound, because the nuclear tower is an amazing echo chamber, and that became a short film. I think that my residency is just the perfect opportunity for me to explore with the uranium glass. And as you may know, uranium glass is radioactive, and that relates to nuclear power or nuclear plants or even nuclear weapon. So my goal through this residency is to experiment and see how this material would react with black light, and how can I incorporate that in my work. And what it means for me to make artwork with this material. And honestly, I don't know the answer. I actually don't know where this is going, which is probably the most exciting part of this residency. I named this project called Jomon Vitrified, and Jomon is the time period. It's like a prehistorical time period in Japan. And then my reason of using this Jomon vessel and applying uranium glass to create that is to ask a question what we are leaving for the future, kind of like a wake-up call. And Fukushima disaster was definitely my first wake-up call in terms of thinking about how and who I want to be as a person and as well as an artist. And I could keep making, for example, paintings or blowing glass, but why? And I think I really wanted to find a reason after experiencing nuclear disaster. So this very similar thing and feeling I'm having these days because of what's going on in the world right now. I think this is a critical question and a practice as an artist that what do I really want to make and why? And I think that's a great motivation as well as a drive for me to keep making.
Is art something that you have to do? I mean,
absolutely. I have no, that's not even a question of choice. It's, do you choose to breathe today? It's kind of like that. Or do you choose to be brown-eyed today? It's not a choice. I knew I wanted to be an artist when I was in high school. Maybe even earlier, one way. stories that my mother tells us when I was in kindergarten. I went and came home with a drawing that looked like a bunch of scribbles. She asked what it was, and I said, well, the teacher told us to draw something useful. And she said, well, what is it? I said, well, it's a toilet paper factory. When I was in high school, I actually got together a group of the neighborhood kids, and we sat in my mother's garden and painted the flowers. So I was painting flowers way back then. After school, I majored in drawing and painting. And for my graduate show, I painted on glass. Back then, there was, I think the whole state of Georgia didn't have a glass blower in it. I'm still a painter, and I still do a lot of work on paper and paint. I do lampwork, torchwork pieces, large-scale bronze and glass pieces, and public art, but all of it has kind of a interest in the natural world. In particular, hybridizing things, putting different things together that never could even be together. Something that really feeds my creativity engine is my garden or flowers or anything that grows. It's just fascinating to me to really examine it and all the various aspects of its life cycle. My home and studio and garden, my favorite place in the whole world. My respite, my solace. I love it. Makes me, or helps my creativity, because it's so beautiful. I think that when you surround yourself with beauty, it heals you and makes you want to give back to the world more beauty. Yeah, I really want it to be incognito because I like to have people over, but only when I invite them. I don't want the general public dropping by. These pieces that I make at the museum, I'm hoping that I can utilize in bronze and stainless pieces. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm hoping to do.
Don't know until you try it.
Yep. It's all experiment, lots of experiment. It's just, I consider myself a guinea pig in my own life. I try to experiment on myself all the time. And so it's just, my artwork is all experiments or reflections of experiments I'd like to conduct. In art, you can create anything you want, so.
I think there's something soothing and comforting in that weaving, and it's also very much a sit beside art, so you're always learning from someone by sitting with them and learning the skill. As a kid, I didn't really have a choice. We were always gathering, we were always prepping materials, and we were always weaving. So my younger years, I don't know if I appreciated it as much as I do now. I think for me, owning my basketry was when I became a master weaver. I did some apprenticeships with some different teachers to really find out what my specialized skill was. My dad always says that you are born with your skill already in place, and it's the community's responsibility to help the youth find what their skill is. A lot of my best memories are sitting around with my aunts and my whole family and my extended family just weaving. Weaving really brings the community together. Glass is also kind of, I feel like it's a very community-based art as well, so that's very similar to what we would, how basketry is too.
There's still holes in it, Sarah. Let me melt it when there's a hole in it.
A lot of my patterns are just like shapes and counting and stair steps and designs. I'm really into the color, the color contrast and the counting. One of my favorite baskets to make as a kid was, we called them rainbow baskets, and they were just like any of the scrap colors left over. I think the biggest challenge for me was just figuring out what glass does. The first time we went in, I was like, can I braid it? Like, can we braid the glass? And I think that adding my designs works pretty well on these types of basket because it is just the geometric stacking and stair stepping and counting. Every time I feel like I kind of know what glass can do, someone shows me something totally new that can happen. I like the cane roll-ups because it is something I can control, and I also like the copper baskets, so I was actually able to weave a basket and then they blew a hole into it. I feel like I'm still in the experimenting stage, so I still love every part of glass. Every time they show me something new, I'm like, let's do it. And then if things go wrong and something explodes or doesn't look great, I'm still like, yes, this is the coolest thing ever. There are people who have an idea of what their design is going to be beforehand, and they sketch it out, they calculate it out, and they have all their colors they want to put together. That's not me. I just love putting everything on there, not quite knowing what's going to happen, and then seeing them roll it up, and then finding out what it looks like. Now I'm just kind of, any chance I get to work with glass, I'm going to jump for it. Keeping basketry alive is very important. Like, I will always remember the people that have gone on because I have their stitches and I have the memories of the stories they would tell and the laughter in the room. I have those memories, so I will always take the weaving forward because I have to honor everyone who's gone by before me and everyone who's taught me. As I've gotten older, some of my teachers are no longer here, and I think that it's kind of reminded me that I want to make sure that I have those happy memories for other people too. This residency is not something I would have applied for on my own, I think, because glass and basketry don't seem like they connect or work well together. But then when I actually got to work in the hot shop and learn all the different things and play with all the glass and do all the different techniques, I think that glass can really communicate and incorporate many different art forms. So I think that if anybody has the opportunity to apply for this, they should, because it's inspiring. Even if you never do glass again, I think it really changed how I looked at my own art.
When I was 8 years old, I had a splinter of glass in my hand, and I remember looking at it, and this voice in my head said, glass is going to be a big part of your life forever. Is that amazing? I still remember that. You live through your work, and maybe that's why I like nature so much and animals. It's no different than bird watching. You're living that bird again. I'm deeply passionate on any natural environment, all animals. I focus on birds a lot because birds are easy to see in the field. I love mammals just as much. I worked for Bill Morris for 20 years. I made stuff for him for 16. And Bill said once, Karen, we are so lucky to come in and continue making art, like being forced to think, evolve. And you do that every day of your glass career. That's richness. That's living a story. And I've been in glass for 30 years, and every day I love it, even when it beats you up. But I love being my age and not burned out on it.
That's what brings joy to my life.
I'm so happy to be at the museum. I'm just honored to have a residency and work with the dream team. These new pieces with all the fusings and stuff, it's so nice to be able to have gaffers make them so I can sit back and think about color in different forms while they're executing them. They take a lot of thought in the layering process and in all the different highlight colors. So I really like stepping back and seeing the team, make the work for the most part till I have those control issues.
Ben, I can see from the camera that you're not holding the paper correctly.
Do I do it like this?
Now that's how you do it.
I'm going to make 2 pieces of each idea. It's a slow process because sometimes I layer the forms in different colors or different shapes to get the final effect, but it's slow, it's time consuming, it is not my personality. But for me, this is not the easiest series I ever did because I like making parts and being busy and hands-on. And this is a lot more thinking and slower work, so it's actually taking patience. It's true, I have a short attention span, but I'm always curious. I lay in bed at night and think, wow, wouldn't that be interesting to make this or how to make this? I can't even sleep at night till I get things figured out. And that's part of the passion of it. That's what makes me happiest most about glass, is figuring how to make your ideas. I am the luckiest human in the whole world. Jason, I gotta tell you, I love it. Jason is the most easygoing person, and if I can think it up that needs to be made, he'll make it. His honey-do list just never ends. And everybody says to me, Karen, you are so lucky to have Jason. And I say, I know, he is the best. And we have the most beautiful marriage because it's all love, and he's easygoing. And I was raised, the louder you say it, the more you mean it. And he just doesn't even react, so.
Let me work on the head, and then you can do what you want.
If you live your passion, then you live full, that is wealth. So if you live for your soul, your spirit, your passion, then you'll be young forever. I love life.
My name is Laura Donifer, and I hail from Ontario in Canada. I live out in the country there. What I do as a glass blower is mainly work with vessels and a lot of different colors. I'll tell you a little bit about one of my passions, which is organizing the now infamous Glass Fashion Show, which started in 1989. And basically, I gather about 70 to 80 glass artists from around the world, encourage them to make wild and wacky costumes, and then I put on it's a performance of dance and lights and glass costumes, usually at the Corning Museum of Glass. And it is so much fun. What I'm planning on focusing on this time at the Museum of Glass is experimenting with different color applications for my pieces. So different shards, things that I haven't really done before with cane, meaning that the team here is so magnificent that we have a little meeting and decide what technique we're going to try. nice right through the red line. We'll just do it on the bottom. There we go. All right. Beautiful, Nico. So precise. I'm adding some jade green. Just gonna be so beautiful.
And down? So
Yeah, yeah.
the moil. Yep.
See? That's really cool. I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting just to see red, but I love that. I've come here to the Museum of Glass precisely to make things just like this piece that I've never made before, patterns I've never used before. So we talked about experimenting this morning, and this is the result, and it looks totally amazing. I'm really happy. That's beautiful. Different, completely different series. I can see what it's going to be. This is my second glorious time here, and I guess it was 2005. And the work I did there, we did experimental pieces that were almost 4 feet tall, and they went into a large installation I did called Shields to Ward Off Madness. And I could not have done the work without the boys here. Last time I was here, we started doing something that glass blowers do, which is when the molten glass comes out of the furnace, you smack it with your bare naked hand to leave a handprint. And we coined the term slapping the rabbit. So it was like, let's slap the rabbit means let's hit the molten glass with our bare naked hand and leave a handprint. All the hands who want to see us slap the rabbit again, we're gonna slap it. Slap the rabbit. It is an amazing privilege to be an artist invited to come down here. And when you get the call, you like jump up and down for days. And the team here are the most excellent glass blowers, the most patient people, the most loving and kind guys on the planet. And I am eternally grateful for this amazing opportunity. Thank you so much.
I'm Linda Venglis from Lake Charles, Louisiana, and I'm a hometown, small town girl. I studied at Sophie Newcomb College, did sculpture there and did painting and ceramics. And I graduated with distinction in both painting and ceramics, and then I went to New York and I began to meet all these wonderful famous artists, and I got a job in a gallery, and pretty soon I realized that the art world was all about this creativity and the people that were interested in this creativity and backing it and showing it. I began to show in Europe before I was 30 in Germany, so I was known in Germany for this kind of pouring and mixed media work, particularly in latex rubber and polyurethane and semi-flexible polyurethane. So I continued work to this day in polyurethane and transpose it into bronze, and I began doing that in '71. I think anything that you want to do is about the energy, the positive energy to do it. With that attitude, and with also my interest in exploring other materials, I began to cast glass. Well, Well, this week we began with the mask, the casting of the mask. And here you have the form positive, and here's the negative. Here's one of the mask, here's another. And we're going to blow the hot glass into the surface of the mask. I think this kind of idea of a kind of mythic approach to abstraction is innate. Since we are children, we read things. It's kind of a gestalt. We read figures into trees, and in clouds and in nature. So I decided that it would be really nice to take a generalized approach to the idea of the face, and to kind of think of the face as a kind of way to morph the material, morph the face, and also express what the material can do with the glass.
Give that a good splash. You gotta push that in a little bit more.
At the end of the week, we're going to do the concave convex pieces and the molds, which are quite complicated to do, and we're going to see how those function. These are forms that I developed some 12 to 14 years ago.
I'm excited about using this technique because I've cast like thousands of pieces, and I've never done it this way. This is like a one-shot deal. If we don't get the glass to flow in, then we don't have a piece. So it's kind of a little more dramatic, and it should be when we're pouring them, be very dramatic.
This facility is really incredible. I think there's a kind of wonderful camaraderie here, and I think there's an understanding that we're after the same thing. These are all artists I'm working with, so they're really understand if I say a certain kind of curve or certain play of light, we're speaking the same language, and that's really a thrill.
I'm Mary Schaffer, and I live in Taos, New Mexico, and then I also live in Marfa, Texas.
Nice.
Perfect! When you're a sculptor, you really love your tools. It's an extension of yourself, so of course I love tools. And then just finding them in junkyards and thrown away and in old farmhouses and stuff, and realizing some of them were specifically made for people. Like I have a girl's hay hook, which is a tiny hand, she used to pick up the hay with it, or the ice tongs, or these old tools that people don't use anymore. So it was a way of honoring them. It's, we'll leave it that way. My great-great-great-grandfather had a mill, and it was closed, but when I looked through the windows, some of my favorite tools that I won't sell are the ones that I saw inside the mill. It was so exciting to see these tools that they use that I love and honor, and that's sort of why. When I use glass with the metal and with the tools, it's a three-part process in a way, because there's this old tool which is beautiful in itself, and then I add the glass, which sort of honors it, makes it precious, and then the way it attaches to the wall. And then instead of just making one piece, I would make something like a tool wall and combine them and have them talk to each other and stuff like that. So we're doing some tools here, but we're also doing components. It's so much fun to be here because I am a glass slumper. I take plate glass, and so I don't have a hot shop. I don't use hot glass except for when I'm invited or if I work in somebody's shop. And so it's very exciting to be here because not only am I making things that I've thought of that I want to combine with hot glass, but I get to play. You find out, because I haven't worked with a hot glass in a while, so you find out how it responds and how it's responding to the metal and stuff like that. So, I mean, it's just completely delightful. And of course, I'm working with these great, great glass blowers. I hope to leave here, and I will be leaving here with lots of components and lots of work. And some of it will be taken back and slumped. That's what I'm going to leave the museum with, just a ton of work. Thank you, thank you. What keeps me going as an artist is not just glass, it's just the ideas and communication. You know, anything can excite me, and I'm the kind of person that needs to be working, you know, because you're just happy working. Funky, funky, woohoo!
I will sit on the bench.
Yeah, and you'll
next
make it.
to you.
Oh, okay.
And
There's
I'll
room.
look over your shoulder, and if you're doing anything
I'm
wrong,
not sure. You might need a phone book to sit on or something.
So most of my work is blown in the hot shop. Normally I do work with gaffers, so working here with the museum staff is pretty exciting and something that I am used to doing, which is fantastic. And I do a lot of cold working on the surface, so a lot of paring back that shiny fire polished surface to a matte surface, and lots of engraved lines on the surface, so lots of drawing on the surface. I really like those innate properties of the material, so working with you know, monochrome colours with the engraving means that I'm really just revealing those basic properties of the glass. So it's that dark glass against, or using that engraving process is just actually chipping away at the glass. So you're actually using those basic things about the glass that highlight what the material can do, which I find really exciting. So it's nothing sophisticated, it's quite elemental. And it's a really nice contrast. I really like that kind of black against white. That's like a wash, really thin, light wash. And then that's a little bit denser, and I want the line of colour to go up there. You were right on the spot. I think it's really hard when when you're working with gaffers, you're conscious of time and money and, making work for exhibition. It's really hard to actually just have a time to play and explore. And I really have only scratched the surface with what I can do in the hot shop. I do work with form a lot, and I use a lot of surface cold working to express my ideas, but this is really a chance to actually use colour and line in the hot shop and explore and push my ideas a little bit further. And some of these ideas are things that I've kind of had brewing for quite a long time in my sketchbooks, and just really haven't had the time just to throw it out there and play. And I think having a stretch of 5 days to actually work on something means you can take it day by day, you can take steps, get things out of the hot shop, have a look at them, see what's happening, see what's working, make some observations, and then actually build upon that, which is normally something that you can't do over a long stretch of time. So to have 5 consecutive days means that you can actually really push an idea a really long way, which is exciting. Yeah, we've been playing around with different ways of getting that line precise and trying to keep the gauge of the line quite even. So we've done it in a few different ways, trailing glass around the surface. We've done it joining 2 different cups with a sandwich line of colour in between. So we're really trying to unpack every way that we can actually explore that idea of that tidal line. I guess my goal for the residency would be to come away with a couple of new ways of getting that sense of tension within the work that I can push further within my work. So yeah, and really if I didn't have these 5 days to work, it would probably take me a couple of years to progress as far as I will after this week. So I'm a really slow worker, so it's kind of like being on fast track for this week.
My name is Beth Lippman. I'm from Sheboygan Falls, Wisconsin. I've always wanted to be an artist since I can remember. It's something I've always done. My grandmother She considered herself a technician, an embroidery technician, but she knitted. And my mother was an artist, so I grew up surrounded by creativity constantly. I'm using glass specifically to discuss this kind of ephemerality and the temporality of time. So I think that the material really warrants being used for that kind of discussion because it's constantly, perpetually alive and available, but very elusive at the same time, especially when it's transparent, when you can see through it.
Hang on. I gotta go. All right, get in there. Too thin. We're gonna have to put this one down. Spin.
These happy little and large accidents that you're looking at are, they're actually really invaluable in terms of telling a story, telling a narrative, and they make a perfect low bowl form like this much more meaningful when you pair it with something that would be considered by some as a complete failure. That is so pretty, Gabe. The piece that I'm working on this week at the Museum of Glass is entitled In Earth, and it's a continuation of an exploration I started with Laid Timetable with CyCads from 2 years ago, where I had a 15-foot long table that had a paleo landscape that kind of grew underneath the table and then pierced the table at certain points and shed over a still life of cultural objects, things that would be recognizably human. The team is making very recognizable cultural objects here. I really am interested in employing them in what they do best, which is very tight, controlled Venetian style vessels, or an interpretation of Venetian vessels. So bowls, goblets, chalices, vessels with handles, urns. The viewer's most likely going to really only encounter 2, possibly 3 of these corner posts that one would find in a system called a lowering device, which is used for lowering coffins or caskets into the ground. So it'll just be a fragment of those lowering devices, not a full functional device. Just enough to trigger someone else's memory. You ready? Yeah? People will only recognize it if they've had the experience of being at a gravesite. And this year I have had the unfortunate honor of being at a gravesite twice. So it's one of the things that I kind of zeroed in on. The great thing about glass is that it's really a very efficient tool for hooking a discussion with a viewer. It's obviously beautiful, it's spectacular, it draws people in, it's a very visceral experience that a lot of people have to the material. Then you can get beyond that if you so choose, and you can start thinking about the content that's behind what you're looking at.
I'm Janice Peacock, and I'm from Lafayette, California. The things that I like to focus on are ancient. They look like they've been washed up on the shore or dug out of an archaeological dig. I grew up in Southern California where we didn't have a lot of things that were ancient, so it's always really fascinated me. And I like to focus on mostly masks, different stylized faces, and most recently African masks, and that's what we're working on today. This one, which is like this guy, and this is a buffalo, and this is another group from ethnic group from the Ivory Coast. Most of these are all sort of on the west coast of Africa. The reason that I like to work with masks is because of their transformational quality. So I love the idea that by putting on a mask, you can become someone else, or you can become a spirit, and that with that comes power and the ability to have others see you as well as a different entity than you are. And so that's the thing I really love in working with glass, is its transformational process, and then working with masks, how those transform people and also how people perceive the wearer of the mask. While I'm here, I'm trying to work with a matter of scale. So as a flame worker, I work very small. Most of my things aren't more than a couple of inches high. And so what we're doing is we're playing around with scale, and I'm making things 2 inches, and the guys in the hot shop, we're making things that are a foot and 2 feet, is about as large as we're getting, about 20 inches. So we're playing around with the scale and what happens when something is really tiny and what happens when something is really large, and we put them next to each other and we see how those pieces differ. Are the little pieces really beautiful and tiny and delicate as opposed to the enormous pieces? Are they grand and fabulous, and what the interplay is with those? When I'm done, I'm going to have several sets of masks, little and big. And then we're also doing a series where we're looking at maybe 3 and 4 masks all together, where we can see a number of different scales, 2 times, 4 times, 8 times. And today what we did is we made the same form in 10 inches, and we made it in 20 inches. So we'll have a whole family in all different sizes. What's going to come out of this is basically a series of mask shapes, a gazelle, a buffalo, and then a male face and a female face. I haven't worked with the Hot Shop team here before, but I've worked with other teams, like at Bay Area Glass Institute. We did some prototypes of some smaller pieces that we could compare and contrast, and actually make sure that the project I was proposing would actually work.
So are you excited?
I am very excited to be working here with this team. The opportunity to really see my work, which I visualize as large, but I have limitations in terms of what I'm able to make. To see that come to life in these large scales with this great, talented team of artists has been just amazing.
Awesome. Very nice. My name's Simone Caesar. I'm from Germany. I do a lot of installation work. I like to use and reuse elements. Whenever I make a piece, especially when I make it at the furnace or in the hot shop, and I put it away in the
Hi everybody, welcome to the Museum of Glass. We're going to be making these to start out. We put the Columbia picture up on the big screen. So this is a commission from the Columbia Bank. They're going to use these sculptures as corporate gifts. We've been commissioned to make 5 of them. These are particularly elaborate. They look kind of simple, but the process to make them is a little bit complicated. So we're going to make 3 separate pieces, one for each blue section, another one for the striped section, and then we're going to join all 3 sections together. When we have stripes in a piece of glass, we draw out rods of colored glass like this, We call them cane, and we melt them into other pieces of glass to make stripes. So we're going to make some stripe pieces a little later in the day. So what we're going to do is called pulling cane. So instead of making each of these individually, we're going to draw out a rod that's maybe 30 feet long and then chop them up into individual pieces. We can make them plain like this. Nice. There we go. We can make them fancy. You can pass that around. So each one of those stripes that you see in that piece of cane started out as one of these. While we prepare the glass for pulling, I'm going to give you just a very brief introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what they look like inside. So each one of them has a big ceramic pot in the bottom half, and that pot contains 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees. 2,100 degrees is the same as the hottest volcano, so they're pretty hot. The glass at that temperature has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what the furnace is like. When we want to get it out to make stuff, we take one of those steel pipes and we dip it into the molten glass like we're dipping into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around, a little bit of the glass sticks to the end of the pipe. If we want to make something hollow, then we blow into the pipe and the ball of glass on the end blows up like a little balloon. If we want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a little bubble, let it harden. We dip it in a second time or a third time. We just keep building up the glass in layers. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy our colored glass separately in the form of these bars. We buy it like an artist buys paint, red, yellow, blue, pink. If we're going to make, say, an orange bowl, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace, heat up a chunk of orange, and then we melt a layer of orange glass over the clear bubble. Once we get the glass out of the furnace, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping we can while it's still soft. And then we go to the next type of furnace, and that's called the glory hole. The glory holes are the round guys with the doors open. Those have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. Those run a little bit hotter than the furnaces. Those run at about 2,300 degrees. So you can see Gabe sticks it in the glory for a minute, and shaping he can, and then it'll return to the glory hole, heat it up again. Glass blowers that are working today, well, we have two projects going on. We're making the boards for the Columbia Bank. That'll be on this bench and this bench. And then over on the right, Levi and Eric are making cocktail mixing glasses. They're doing a production line. They're blowing the glass into a steel mold. and then putting it in the anneal. So Sarah in the gray shirt, made a little disc of glass called the post, and we're going to use that as a handle to stretch the glass that Gabe is making. We're going to attach the glass to the post. We're going to start to stretch and twist. We'll hold that in the air for a minute, let it stiffen up a bit, and then we'll rest it on those wooden ladders to cool. It's gonna end up looking something like this. Once it's cooled and stiffened a bit, then we'll chop it up into individual pencil-sized sections. Does anybody have any questions so far? Yes. Okay, why don't the bars get hot? The answer is physics. The bars are very long. Most people think about it like you think about a frying pan on your stove. That's only 9 inches long. These are 4.5 feet long, and so they have a great deal of surface area compared to their mass to dissipate the heat. So if you imagine your frying pan with a 4.5 foot handle, yes. Say that again? Not really. Not too much. So now we're going to start our award. Like I said, we're going to have to make 3 pieces. So Gabe in the center with the blue hat, he's going to blow a little bubble of clear glass, and then we're going to coat it with blue glass. Jordan, the man in the blue sweatshirt, he's heating up blue glass. And we're going to coat Gabe's bubble with the blue glass. All glass, when it's really hot, looks some shade of orange. The orange color you're seeing is the glow from the heat. Once it cools off, that glow disappears, and you see the natural color of the glass. So Gabe has let his bubble cool and stiffen. Jordan, standing at the glory hole, is heating up the blue glass. We're going to coat Gabe's bubble with the blue glass. Gabe is shaping the glass using a tool called the block. Looks like a little scoop. It's made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. So that bubble that he's blowing now, that's blue. doesn't look blue because of the heat. If you think about your own homes, if you have an electric stove, the burners are gray. When you turn them on to cook something, they get hot, they glow orange for a little while. Turn them off, they cool down, the orange glow disappears. That's the same thing you're seeing with the glass. As Gabe prepares one of the blue sections in the center, over on the left, Sarah is preparing the white striped section. Hi, how are you guys? Good, you? Good. Do you have any questions so far? Interesting. Good. Just taking it all in. So now we're going to transfer the blue bubble from the rod it was originally created on to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold it from the bottom while we shape the top. A few drops of water where we want it to break, little tap, and off it comes. So eventually we're going to be joining all these sections together. The process of joining these sections is called Incalmo, I-N-C-A-L-M-O. Can we put up the Incalmo drawing? So if you look up on the big screen, so we're going to take these bubbles to the same diameter, and then we'll fuse them together. Thank you, Sam. Twice. So we have this blue section. We'll stick the white onto that, and then we'll stick a blue onto it. Hi, how are you guys? Good. You guys have any questions? Anything you'd like to know? Okay. So Gabe is checking the diameter of his bubble. Now he's going to put it in the garage. The garage is the silver oven with the curved side. We call it the garage because that's where we park stuff until we're ready to use it. The garage operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make it soft. So whatever goes in there stays warm, holds its shape. When we're ready to use it, we'll pull it out, heat it up a little extra. So over on the left, Gabe's helping Sarah finish that white striped section for the middle. Over on the right, you can see Eric, tall guy in the gray shirt. He's grabbing the finished blow molded piece and putting it in our annealing oven. We keep that oven at 890 degrees. We place all the objects we make during the day in there, and then at night, we cool everything down all at once. So in the center, Gabe with the blue hat has made the bubble for the second blue section. Jordan in the blue sweatshirt is heating up the colored glass. We're going to coat Gabe's bubble with the colored glass. Each time we coat a bubble with colored glass, it's called a color overlay. If you look up on the big screen, we have a little diagram. So we've just done number one. We've dropped the big blob of colored glass on top. Now we're doing number two. We're smearing the glass, the colored glass, till it entirely coats the original bubble. And then we'll do number three. We'll coat it with more layers of clear glass. If you look at the photograph on the right side, you can see how the colored layer lines the object with color. It doesn't mix with the other glass. It's a separate layer, but it kind of lines the object with color, and for all intents and purposes, it looks like it's made out of colored glass. They have a little bit of liberty with the amount of time you turn it around, how deep we go. Feel of it, and then, you know, if you really need I mean, when we need a lot of glass, it has to be done in separate gathers. So we dip it in, swirl it around, get that out, and they let that harden, and do it again. Dipping it in and coating it is called gather. So we'll describe a piece as it's one gather, gather, three gather. So this is a little end of that rod. You can see this is going to be the pattern. When you kind of squish it, it'll be like a zigzag. So what he did, he made a big cylinder of clear glass. He put one stripe on the side. And then when you twist it, it ends up looking like this. Stripes in another piece of glass. These are called canes, and we'll melt them into another piece of glass. Each one of these will be. So this is a piece of the cane that we pulled earlier. Well, it started out, we had a clear cylinder. We melted one white stripe down the side, and then we twisted it. And it spirals around. So now we're about to join the two sections. Sarah has the white stripe section. Gabe has the blue section. We've opened them up to the same diameter, and then we're going to join them together. Can we put up the Encalmo drawing again? So that's what we're going to do next. Instead of yellow and orange, it'll be blue and clear with white stripes. Here comes Sarah. You press the two things together, and they stick to each other. now we're going to encalmo the third and final section. This is not an easy thing to do, because once those two sections touch each other, they're stuck forever. If you miss, you get it off center, you're out of luck. Gabe, who's leading our team today with the blue hat. He's a very, very capable glass blower. He's been blowing glass for 25 years. He's our intern, and he's always blown glass like for 7 years. Takes a long time to become skilled at it. Yeah, I would say ballpark. I would after a year it's functional. After 5 years, things are good, and after 10 years, you really are. Except it doesn't pay. The torch allows us to focus the heat in a particular place. When we put the big oven, kind of heats it up slowly. We put up the Columbia corporate gift photo. Yeah. So we've joined the 3 sections now, but we have a problem. The stripe goes straight up and down the middle, and we need it to go at an angle. So we're going to drill another hole in that bubble. We're going to stick it on, and then that'll tilt the stripe, and it'll be going at an angle instead of straight up and down. So Gabe has the drill. It's an ordinary electric drill. The bit is a rod of tungsten that's been sharpened. We heat up the tip of the tungsten rod till it's glowing, and then we can drill right into the hot glass. So Gabe is going to ream out that hole a little bit, make it a little wider. Sarah, over on the left, is preparing the pipe that we're going to stick over that hole. Sarah has put a little ring of glass around the end of that pipe. We call it a collar, like a collar on your shirt. And we'll use Sarah's pipe to grab that bubble at an angle. we stick on Sarah's pipe so we can grab it at an angle. And now we got the stripe going in the right direction. We have to close off that hole where we just broke it off. Has anybody got any questions? Yes. That doesn't help any bubbles in the glass. That just we broke the pipe, and that edge is sharp, just like broken glass. And so we melted a little, and so those things, you know, they have like a kind of dome-shaped top. We're going to cut that off. So now Gabe is rounding it out again. The tool in his hand is called the block. He switched to a pad of wet newspaper, ordinary newspaper, folded up a bunch of times and soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. pad that he's shaping the glass with, it's your regular, ordinary newspaper. Because it's wet. This works perfectly. It's free. You get old newspapers. And, you know, when they're burnt up a bunch, we throw them back in the recycling bin. They give us their old newspapers. No reason to be any fancier than that. So the pad that he's shaping the glass with. Started in the 1950s. People started using these newspapers.
Will they, to get this piece that shape, will they use a mold like over here, or are they?
No, they're going to do it all by hand, and it's kind of a lengthy process.
Yeah.
Because the glass doesn't want to be square.
Yeah.
So we're going to have to coax it.
Cool.
So you see a lot of heating, and then they'll nudge it a little, and heating and nudge it a little. So to the right of center, you can see Jordan cutting up the cane. We just got a little jig with a hardened steel edge. We rest it on the hardened steel edge. We smack it with that file, and that's enough to break the glass. good tippers?
Yeah, yesterday we made $700 in tips. So it wasn't bad.
How many of you are there? Let's split it.
I think like 6 of us. Yeah.
I was down there like 20 years ago to go up to the observation tower.
Sky view.
I like the Smith Tower better. Second. Sort of Second Avenue. It used to be the tallest building in the West. They have an observation tower. The one with the pointy head.
Oh, I can see it through the building when I go on the tower. Okay.
Before Columbia Center and all those giant skyscrapers built, that was the tallest building. They have a nice bar up at the top. Yeah. It's called the Chinese Room. It's got this carved ceiling.
And I want to go in there. How many of them have they made?
We'll try and make, I would say 8. Make 5 perfect.
How many so far have you made?
This will be, if this one comes out nice, this will be the end. Eight. Make this thing into the square so we can change the So Sarah is blowing. Sarah's seated to the left. She's blowing through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflating the glass as Gabe shapes it. If you come in a little later, in the center bench, we're making some corporate gifts for the Columbia Bank. Can we put up the picture? In the right, we're making what's called cocktail mixing glasses. We're blowing them into a steel mold, and they'll get cut, the tops get cut off them later. Hi, how are you guys? You guys have any questions? Yep. Nope. We don't have classes. We have only one class we have here, and it's a special free class for military personnel. We don't have any general classes. Not here, no. Except for the military personnel.
Is that going to be a bottle?
That's going to be, it's called a mixing glass. It's kind of a tapered glass with a little spout on the edge. Oh, sure. Sure, there's 2 places down the street. There's Tacoma Glass Blowing, which is like in Pacific, and then there's one called Area 253, a little further down. In Seattle, there's at least half a dozen places. Oh, and here in Tacoma, you can learn in the public schools. There's a glass blowing program. Because it's got to be cooled off slowly or it'll break. Yes, it's hot now, and then at night when we're all done, it has a little computerized thermostat that'll slowly turn the temperature down to room temperature. Partially, they'll all be blown, and then we've got to cut the tops off and grind the little edges. You know about our contest for kids? Any kid that comes to the museum can do a drawing. Once a month, you pick one of these drawings, and we make whatever you drew up. Oh my God. We make it 2 copies, one for you to keep, and one for the museum. Draw a unicorn? Okay. So if you guys want to enter, there's a little table outside with the entry forms just outside the door here. Grab an entry form, take it home, do your drawing, mail it in or drop it off.
Great, thank you. Now tell me a little bit about the water. What temperature is that water?
Room temperature.
Room temperature, and it doesn't break.
Plain old water. Nothing special.
And the reason, why do they use water so it doesn't stick?
Well, because the tool's made out of wood, so it's dry or burn.
You're shaping it.
Table for something. Right now we're not using it.
Looks like they all start with a basic shape. Like it's got 2 different shapes to start with. And over there, do they have different shapes when they start?
I know he's gonna blow on that.
That's like a bubble. That's a bubble. They make things.
Right.
Looks like they all start with a basic shape. And then from there they use metal tools.
Metal tools, yeah, lots of stuff. Yeah, but you just first blow a bubble, then we coat it a number of times to get it up front, then we blow it up, and then we start to shape. Make it a monkey or a lamp, whatever. This is the power. Yes. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat. Think about your own homes. Think about an electric stove. Burners are gray. When you turn them on to cook something, they get hot, they glow orange. Turn them off, they cool down, they go back to being gray. That's what you're seeing here with the glass. Sort of. We start by blowing a bubble of clear glass. We heat up a chunk of blue glass, and then we coated that clear bubble with the blue glass. They all have clear in them.
They all have.
Nope. Nope. bubble of clear glass from the big furnaces. Those are all clear, all the time. Yes, we heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and we drop a big blob of color on there, and then smear it till it coats the original. We buy these like an artist buys paint. Yeah, we buy it. Like an artist would buy a tube of paint or crayon or. We have 150 different colors. No, we can sometimes put it in this one or that one or that one. Where are the what? Blues and greens. We have ones that are silver. We don't really have a gold. We want to make it gold. We have to put real gold on the surface. Is that where the gold is stored? Sure, at the end of the rainbow, of course. Oh. I bet.
This is really, this center one is just amazing. Look at the shape it is now. And watch when he puts that. Did you see it? You know, and they hold it almost looks like a fabric. That's some high polyester.
No, that's folded up newspaper soaked in water. Ordinary newspaper. Oh, they're pipes that go into the furnaces, and they have gas, like gas in your stove that makes the fire. That one is 3,500 degrees. Yes, we have little hot torches that are 5,000. That's the 3,500. That's called the fluff torch. No, just the flame would kind of fluff.
That's a really big number, Tyler.
That's inside that oven, Ira. That's the camera from inside the oven or on the outside or somewhere.
All over the shop, we have different ones. There's one by that exit sign. There's one back there on top of Whoa. You want to say something on the microphone?
Hello, glass.
All those countries that like Japanese take it up later on. They're all a good one and just an okay one. So I take my first drink out of the good one.
Of course, and then sort of,
The other guy. Do you guys have any questions? So this part of the process is a little elongated because the glass doesn't want to be square, so Gabe's got to coax it to being square. So there's a lot of going back and forth to the glory hole, give it a little nudge, heat it up, give it a little nudge, and eventually it'll look like that. So we're almost done. And the reason I know that is I look to the right and you see one of the glass blowers putting on some protective clothing. He's going to carry the finished piece to our annealing oven. Each day we heat our annealing oven up to 890 degrees. We place all the things we make during the day in there, and then at night it has a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature. If we didn't cool it slowly, the glass would break. So we're going to take it off the metal rod. We'll get it off with water. It's going to take the tweezers, dip them in water, drip a little water on the joint between the metal rod and the sculpture itself. The water will crack that joint, and then just a little tap and off it'll come. And into the annealer to sleep cozily overnight. good cautionary tale is not to when you get paid, and that you want to be notified immediately when they sell. You don't want to hear about it 6 months later.
Good advice.
I mean, they're honesty is that Can we play color overlay? Where the glass blowers are taking a little break. We'll be starting again in 10 minutes.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So we're starting the next phase on the left. Sarah has blown a bubble of clear glass. Sarah's sitting down at the bench. Jordan, standing up in the blue sweatshirt, is heating up some colored glass. And we're going to coat Sarah's bubble with the colored glass. Each time we coat a bubble with colored glass, it's called a color overlay. We put up a color overlay diagram. So if you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. We blow a bubble of clear glass. We drop on a big blob of colored glass. We smear it until the colored glass entirely coats the clear glass, and then we'll dip it in more clear glass. So when we blow it up, that thin layer of color lines the object with color. So for those of you who just came in, I'm going to give you just a very quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. Each one of those has a big ceramic pot in it. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees, and at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. When we want to get it out to make stuff, we take one of those steel pipes that everybody has, and we dip it into the melted glass like you dip one of these into a jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around. A little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a bubble, let it harden, and we dip it in a second time or a third time. We just keep building up the glass in layers. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear glass. When we want to make a colored object, we buy colored glass separately in the form of these bars. We blow a bubble of clear from the furnace, we heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat that original bubble with the colored glass. Now, in a big factory where you're going to make everything the same color, then they'll melt the colored glass in the big furnace, and they'll just dip into it. But if we fill our furnace with blue, we can only make blue things. So by coloring each piece individually, we can have any color we want, anytime we want. So that's more suited to our artsy, what? I think about 150 different colors. Glass has an amazing range of color. We have opaque ones, and we have transparent ones, we have ones that are sparkly, we have ones that look metallic. So Gabe's going to make this bubble. Gabe is the man sitting at the center with the blue hat. We're going to cut it into two pieces. One piece will become the bottom of the vase, one piece will become the top. It doesn't get as hot as common sense would lead you to believe. Every once in a while, when it does become uncomfortable, we take it over to that trough. That's called the pipe cooler. We spray water on it and cool it down. The one he's putting in the glass right now is called the glory hole, and that has no glass in it. It's just a big brick barrel with a gas burner in the side. It's just a chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. So all the round guys are glory holes. All the ones with the doors closed are glass furnaces. Those have the tanks of glass in. So Sarah's blowing as Gabe shapes it. The gray pad in Gabe's hand that he's shaping the glass with is just folded up ordinary newspaper soaked in water. As long as the paper's wet, it doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. So Gabe is making a notch in the middle. We're going to break that bubble into two pieces. One will become the top of the vase, one will become the bottom of the vase, and then we're going to make another bubble with fancy striped pattern, and that will be the middle. Can we put up the Encalmo drawing? So we make two sections, we open them up on the end, we make them the same diameter, we heat up the edges so they're soft and sticky, and we just press the two together and they stick. And that's called Encalmo, and in the Venetian dialect, that means to graft. Graft, like grafting in plants. It's a technique that's pretty old. It dates back to Islamic times. So now we've split that bubble into two sections. Sarah's going to shape her bubble, Gabe's going to shape his. And then we'll put them in the garage, keep them warm, and then we'll make the center section. The garage is that silver oven with the curve. It operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not so hot as to make the glass soft. So whatever goes in there stays warm, holds its shape. When we're ready to use it, we'll pull it out and heat it up a little extra. The colors you see change, but the color of the glass doesn't change. If you think about your own home, if you had an electric stove, burners are gray, you turn on and cook something, they get hot, and they glow orange for a little while. That's what you're seeing here. Physics is. So Gabe is putting his section in the garage. He'll babysit it for a little while to make sure that it's not still soft. When he's convinced that it's stiff, we'll just leave it in there till we're ready to use it. Has anybody got any questions? Questions are free. We put up picking up cane on a collar. So for the center section, you have the one with the two that shows both the tube and the picking up side by side. So we're going to lay out our pattern of stripes, the rods of colored glass. So early in the day, we made these cane. So we call them C-A-N-E, like a cane you walk on. Yep. We're going to lay out a pattern of these stripes. We're going to heat them up till they stick together. And we're going to roll them into a tube, close the end of the tube, then we'll have a bubble with the stripe pattern. So here we go. We roll up our stripe design. We're going to bring the two sides together manually. Then we'll have a striped tube. When we close the end, we'll have a stripe bubble. This is classic Venetian 15th century, 16th century, no 15th century technology. Optic molding, where there's kind of clear ridges but not actual stripes. You can twist it, yeah. That's optic molding. Or in Italian, they say rigadine. Let's see. Can we put up the optic mold, the drawing? So you take the clear bubble, and the mold has ridges inside. You stuff it inside, you come out, and the bubble has ridges. And then you twist that. You stretch that out and twist it. And it makes so There's ridges, but and it's all clear. It's not stripes. No, this is called picking up cane, CNE, and those are actual colored stripes. So now Gabe has closed up that tube. Now we have a bubble, and it's got the stripe pattern. No, everything that we make has to be cooled overnight. So slowly. So anything that's out here today is not made today.
Kind of see it now. It's gonna all flatten out. It'll look better. I just let it cool down. But
Look at that. That's
you
beautiful.
guys see that? So it's still got a lot of texture, and I got to get all that texture out, and it'll flatten out and look a lot cooler.
Metal frame. Think of it kind of like an upside down Christmas tree. So the metal spikes come off and they fit the glass pieces. So each bubble and squiggle and stuff is a separate piece. It's hollow. Yes. And so the frame is like an upside down Christmas tree, and each piece fits over one of the spikes. They put enough. Yeah, they put enough glass on it. You can't see the screw. I think it's fairly simple.
When you think about it, yeah.
And then they can, when they're ready to move it or ship it, they take all the individual pieces off, box them, disassemble the frame. this bubble with the zigzag lines is going to become the center section of the vase. Remember earlier on, we made the two colored sections, and they're sitting in the garage. Has anybody got any questions? The rods, it depends. They come in different sizes. They're probably from about 6 pounds to about 12 pounds, depending on, you know, how big a one you use.
Now it's all smooth. Now I can put more glass over it.
These started by melting in. This my microphone kind of cuts out. I don't know what that is, but these are canes. So that we lined them up on a plate, rolled them up. This is what we started with. been a guest artist for a couple of times. You work pretty well. Grafton is it's not a small community, but it's very tightly knit socially. So people know each other all over the world. Probably more so than any other medium. Part of the reason we so often have to work with teams, a little more integrated. Usually a potter works alone or a painter. You don't matriculate from there. You go there and you work 2 weeks or 3 weeks with the master blower or stained glass master or whatever. You live like that. Can we pull up the Pilchuck picture? This will take a little bit because we don't have it loaded up in the computer, but we'll see if we can get that on the screen for you. That's the Pilchuck School. It started in 1971 by Dale Chihuly. It started out, it was just kind of an army tent in the middle of the woods. Now it has all sorts of beautiful rustic style buildings. Thank you, Sam. Sit in front of a big computer and you can see all the cameras all around the studio. Controls, and it's kind of like an NFL game. They have all different views. Please listening to my So we've opened up the end of that so we can encalmo it. Can we put up the encalmo picture again? So we're going to join the 3 sections. We'll have the 2 colored section, plain colored sections on the top and the bottom. We'll have the fancy striped one in the middle. Yes, well, you watch Gabe, and as he's opening that thing up, he's got a little pair of calipers. He's checking the size. There he goes. So Sarah is opened up her bubble to the same diameter. They're checking them with the calipers, and then they're going to bring them over. When she first made her thing, we took a measure measuring off that. So Sarah's section is going to be the top. Gabe's section is going to be the middle. We're going to open up Gabe's section, and then once again we'll encalmo it again. The cone is tilted at an angle so that we have more floor space. So it becomes a big oval at the bottom instead of a circle. We have a cutting and grinding shop behind the furnaces. No, just, I mean, the engineers were supposed to figure out the ventilation, so this place is cool. They figured out the cold in the winter and hot. They used to make big cone-shaped brick ones. They would put the furnace in the center, and the furnace would, hot air would rise. They'd have windows at the base, so the air would come in the base and rise, and that's how they did the ventilation. When they had, this is before they had mechanical fans. And they were very thin. There's a hood. Exhaust valve. They're sort of, yeah, I mean, the old ones are sort of natural ventilation. But here's a good look at the way the So Gabe has opened his bubble up to the proper diameter. Sarah's got the section for the bottom. And we're going to join the two in calmo, the two. This is a tricky maneuver, because once those two pieces touch each other, they're stuck forever. So if you miss, you're out of luck. No, that's just all our patterning. Now we're going to blow it up to its full size and shape. Everything at this point was just to get the color and the patterns in the right place. And then now we're going to actually make the shape. Not only shapes the glass, but it cools it off a bit. So when he blows into it, the part that he rolled on the table won't expand as much as the part that's touched. So, to a certain extent, how it blows out. Front end always gets hotter. The back, compensating for that warmth. So Sarah's sitting to the left of the bench. She's ready to blow when Gabe tells her. She'll blow through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflate the glass as Gabe shapes it. Now Gabe has got a tool in his hand called the jacks. And he's squeezing the glass and making a sharp crease in it. That sharp crease will be the place where we can break the glass away from the metal pipe. It's very similar to making a crease in when you're tearing a coupon out of a newspaper. So Sarah's blowing as Gabe shapes it. How are you guys? You guys have any questions? Anything you'd like to know? You know about our contest for kids? any kid that comes to the museum can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings and we make whatever the kid drew out of glass. We make 2 copies, one for the kid to take home and one for the museum collection. We'll call you up if you go, as you leave the hot shop. Yes, that's it. So you need one for each kid. One entry form for each kid. Want to give everybody the heads up. It's 4:45. The museum closes at 5. If there's anything else that you want to do while you're here, look at the exhibits, go to the gift shop. This would be the time to do it because we will be closing soon. Thanks for coming in, guys. Next thing we're going to do is transfer the glass from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. Sarah is making the punty. So she's put a little molten glass on the end of that steel pipe. The glass will make it sticky, and we can stick it onto the bottom of that vase. So now we've stuck the punty on. We're going to break the glass away from Gabe's pipe. He's going to take some tweezers, dip them in water, drip some water onto the place where he wants it to break, give the pipe a tap, and off it comes. Now Gabe's going to thin out the lip, those tweezers, and stretching it. He's going to take his shears and cut off that stretched section. Jordan is holding a wooden paddle across the front to make it nice and straight as Gabe widens the opening.